Good morning, sunshine. Why do I look so big? You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Because they're ready right now. Oh, it's starting. Bukhenik is back. Bukhenik is back. We're going to have a fire day today. All day. That's what I'm predicting here. I'm saying this will be all day. This will be all morning. All morning, tearing apart. It was arguably Canton's most crooked cop. Well, now that Proctor's been fired, right? He at least seems shady. He at least seems very, very shady. And that's the problem that Hank Brennan has. She just asked everyone, there's 3 questions. So we're really right. I'm right in the sweet spot here. Sweet spot. Sweet spot. Let's get started.
Hear or read anything about this case since we last yesterday. Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay.
You're still in the room.
Thanks. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34.
You look so angry.
Which was February.
You look so
4th,
angry.
From the 29th to February 4th.
No.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I look up the coach?
Yes.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that term. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
I'm not going to say one piece is
Can you
more
describe
obviously
for
more
the
important than
jurors
another.
exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates.
At one
or
point we
some
did.
other such
Then we gave
manner?
up. Started mailing it
The
in.
exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole.
Trust me.
Between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, no,
Okay,
5
so-
by 10, general area.
From Proctor?
If I may,
Maybe.
Let me approach this a little bit. Would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about
Maybe.
10
It's a
feet
good
from you right
question.
now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay.
You're thinking.
And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
He's
Yes.
just like Bukhenik.
So we're
was just
talking about a
yesterday.
relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were
What's
working on an
impact?
assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because
Pointing.
there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything.
Of course you were assuming. You were assuming that the missing tailor had anything to do with this case. That's the assumption. And why'd you assume that? Because you were trusting the other suspects.
Evidence was speaking to us.
Evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there. correct?
Hello.
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't
He's the
there
evidence
at the
whisperer.
time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting
a bad
that
spot.
evidence to
Let's try.
suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Oh,
Term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the
I'm
answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
or logic.
You'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something.
Did you hear her say that?
Hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him?
Okay.
So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing.
You walk into the trap.
So the answer to my question
You walk in.
is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote.
Nice.
You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
It's badgering. That's the objection.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down, That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross
I'm
coordinates?
an officer.
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't
No,
take
you
any
didn't.
photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
No. Is he thinking or wondering if that's a question?
That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize.
I knew it. I knew it.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
Okay, so I just want to explain something to you. Obviously, this guy is shady as all get out, just in the way he's answering the questions, so shifty and things of that nature. I don't know what cross coordinates are. Yeah, I'm a police officer for the last 15 years. I have no idea what cross coordinates are. Yeah, okay. Good luck selling that to the jury. So he is shifty and shady, but this cluster fart of testimony is all on Hank Brennan. I'm sorry. This is bad. As we're watching this, know that this is poor strategy by Hank Brennan. As I explained at the end of his test of the cross yesterday, what he needed to do was come out here and own the mistakes and say, look, I'm trustworthy. The Proctor is the problem. And come out as trustworthy as possible. That I'm telling you, the jury, that we put together all this stuff here, and even though Proctor, we learned later, was a problem, that he did not taint beyond a reasonable doubt anything here. It's obvious that it was Karen Reed. We need someone as part of the jury. I'm sitting here in the jury. I need someone to trust and believe that this theory and the evidence you put together here are all free of corruption. That's what you need, because Proctor's corrupt, because he's so bad. You need someone there. So having his boss be the guy who we can trust is the perfect answer to the Proctor problem that Hank Brennan has coming into this trial. But is he giving us that? No, he's going the exact opposite way. I'm going to make myself seem as untrustworthy as possible, pretend I don't understand basic English, pretend I don't understand what the word theory means. 2 seconds after I use the word, this is disaster and potentially completely destructive of the entire state's case.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Bukenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, John?
Okay.
I wish Alan Jackson heard my
Does this
green
look like
grass
the
theory.
photograph that you were just reviewing,
Yes, it does.
that's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
This looks
That
like
is
it was
correct.
done by
And this indicates collected
by a 7th grader.
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
Location were collected 34 Fairview. Doesn't even say near the body.
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
It's found in
That's it,
Massachusetts.
correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
And who
Whose
wrote it?
handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in
What?
a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments.
Oh,
okay?
shut
Just
up,
question.
officer.
I apologize.
Let him go. Gosh. I gave it over to someone. I gave it to some human.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So
So
was
it's
this
important.
evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors
Every member is
who it
trusted.
was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay,
Oh.
so let's
That's
figure
somewhere.
out the possibilities. Who are among those
Good.
to whom you would have turned this
Alan's
over?
so good at this.
Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
Why not?
We're going to go through each person.
There's 4 of them.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger,
Nice.
right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years,
sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
This is so awesome. Oh my God.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
This is
Take a look
lethal.
at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals.
Who took those
Interviewed.
interviews?
Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so
Correct, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that
well, I got it from you.
Proctor? You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure.
Did you? You didn't see me write that note, did you?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? It's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do you see a highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff, please?
Auntie Bev is coming in to mother and protect the witness. This is just ridiculous. Unbelievable. Let them go. Let them play. 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 It's like when the ref. It's like, come on, ref. Come on, ref. Let them play.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can
I'm trying to create justification.
fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know,
And
in
the
this
location.
instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, it's that
So
the
it's-
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location,
For them.
the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you
Yeah.
know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to.
I
no.
know
If
what
you
I
can't
told them.
remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A
Accurate
bag you
and
didn't
detailed.
fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
Oh my gosh.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag,
It is.
was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence
It wasn't
log,
February
things
10th
of that
either.
nature?
It was a week
You know
earlier.
the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here's where he could have used Proctor to his advantage. He could be like, yeah, I gave him the coordinates. He just decided to write down 34 Fairview. I didn't notice that that's all he did. But I know that it was in the vicinity. Trust me. That's what he could have done here. He could have fixed the whole situation. He could have used Proctor to fix all the flaws here while saying, but trust me, I was there. It was in the vicinity. At the time, I gave him the coordinates. I don't know why he didn't put it down. I wasn't double checking his work. We trusted him. And that's how you fix everything here and come across as completely trustworthy. But instead, he's coming across as the shadiest. I don't know what the word theory means, even though I just used that word 10 seconds ago. It comes across so stupid. This is Hank Brennan could have fixed all of this. This is poor legal strategy, which is making this naturally shady individual reveal his shadiness. Unbelievable. This is just bad. I don't even think he got the date right. I think he found those 6 pieces on February 3rd. That's what he said he found them. He didn't find those 6 pieces a week later. He's saying February 10th is when he found it. When he says, I don't remember who I gave it back to, I gave it to someone. I don't recognize this guy's handwriting. How is the jury supposed to trust this guy when he says Karen Reed's the one who did it? You need to give the jury someone that they can be like, okay, this is the person who's I believe is positive, and I have confidence in them. There's no way you get a unanimous jury here to convict with this guy being your guy. It's impossible. I'll tell you right now, I don't see how it's possible to get a unanimous jury to say, oh yeah, this guy is someone I can believe this story. Even if you get 1 or 2 people who are just dyed in the wool, let's stick with the blue no matter who. You're not going to get 12 people like that.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are 2 documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those 2 documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Oh, here we go.
Look at the top. Well, let me ask you,
Give me some time.
ask it in question form. If you look through
Has to be this guy.
the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
How's nothing bagged before March? How's that happen?
Refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab.
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was
laughing
a
as if
member
he's
of our
winning.
homicide team.
So oblivious.
Time, Sergeant Bukenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
Not as I said even now.
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained.
No! What do you mean
Comment,
sustained?
Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking
Tell him to answer his question. That's a better instruction, Judge.
document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yeah,
Yes.
he wants to know what the hell is your objection.
No,
I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just to
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence.
Oh.
False start.
I don't know that he made the DA a witness in the case. I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're
Because he's
testifying
pissing all over this
that
case.
they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece.
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
So we can take up a little ground here.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir,
We're like 30
what
seconds
do those 2
behind.
pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the
There's
year?
also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Apparently, this was written based on the handwriting by the same ghost cop who filled in the last evidence bag.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please.
A year later.
Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
No,
about any of that.
I'm
We
too
can have the
ignorant.
lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34.
I can guarantee you, if this was on direct, he would be walking the jury exactly through what every one of those numbers are with the utmost clarity and without any hesitation. I don't know what those numbers are.
Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior. Yes.
You see the size of this according to the rule. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part. That thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan?
it.
I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please.
Why is it dated February 16th?
Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom,
It
the
was found February 18th.
same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
5 inches.
3.5 inches, I guess.
What?
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page.
At least 4.
Sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
That's
7.5,
a pretty
8
big piece.
inches.
6 inches.
And
That's a
maybe,
pretty big
what,
piece.
3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the
These are big
location with
pieces.
very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
I want to apologize to Alan Jackson because yesterday I criticized him that in his opening he said that they only find things on the third pass, not the first, the second, but there's things that they have only found on the third pass. And I was like, that's a little misleading because there was a ton of snow when they were looking. But this is what he's talking about. I jumped the gun on him. He was right. I was wrong in his opening statement because there's no reason that these 6-inch pieces of plastic that Yuri's missing this and they're found a day later when he's saying that there's next to no snow there, other than that which was excavated. The stuff that was excavated, presumably they've gone through that. So the piles that are excavated, they've presumably gone through that. So it shouldn't be found in those piles. That's not a valid excuse for why we didn't see them. So I was wrong. Alan Jackson was right. I will not question thee again.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
So
We can
that's
take this
correct. So that's a yes.
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts, some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh,
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you remember any text message
That's not hearsay.
between the two of them
Discussing him.
that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach
See-
the owner?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what he's going to be arguing. He should be arguing. It's not that he's saying the kiss happened. No, that's not what he's saying. Hearsay is trying to prove the truth in the matter asserted in the communication. He's not trying to prove that a kiss happened between them. He's trying to say that they're talking about a kiss and it's reflective of the mental state of the individuals. That's all he's saying here. And that's not a hearsay. Hearsay is when you're trying to submit evidence for the purpose of an out-of-court statement that's being offered in court for the purposes of establishing the truth of the matters asserted in that statement. So it's only if the objective was specifically to try and establish that a kiss happened that would, and they talk about a kiss, that would be the problem of hearsay. But if you're trying to say like the nature of the relationship here is one of flirting with each other, that's not hearsay because if they're told, it's beyond just something a communication of two buddies. As far as what we can indicate by looking at this is not the way two buddies talk. That's not hearsay. That's ridiculous. The judge is a lot of people ask me to weigh in on the judge, and I'll tell you that everyone was telling me how terrible she was from the moment I started covering this trial. Everyone was just telling me how slanted and biased and ridiculous she is. I heard that over and over and over again. I'm going to tell you right now, the first week or two, I did not see that. We're ending week 3, and this week she's gotten much worse. She's gotten much more tilted and slanted in trying to shield these terrible witnesses from cross-examination. She did a little bit with it. She started really with Jen. So that was the end of last week. But she's gotten much worse. And this is not good. We need to have way more likes. 1,100 watchers, only 445 likes. Hit that button. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's just, this should not be a hearsay issue. Because it's not the truth as to whether or not the kiss happened. I'm scrolling through the ghetto, making sure I didn't miss anything. She takes a break now. I'm going to be upset. She does that sometimes. They'll go on a sidebar, and the next thing you know, they're going for 25 minutes, and your break is over. You're like, wait, what? Why didn't they tell us? Will you not like us? But yeah. This is a lengthy one because I skipped through like a minute also. If you this is a new theory. It's a claim that Brian Higgins and Karen kissed. That's what you should be. Wait, there's no squirrel sacrifice here. And it would be squirrel mutilations. It's goat sacrifices and squirrel mutilations, which we don't do. So I guess technically there could be squirrel sacrifices. Anyhow, yeah, so what I've been screaming about ever since this guy took the stand is Hank Brennan had to prep this guy way better and say, you're going to own some of Proctor's mess here. Now, people have been telling me whenever I say this, they're friends, he's protecting him. I don't know, maybe. And maybe you can't get him. Maybe you can't do that. I mean, this is Dead Man Walking. The ultimate cringe. He thinks that he's like successfully telling a story here in a way that's compelling or seems credible when I'm sorry. You know, if this was, ladies, if this was your husband and he was answering questions like this, you would not accept that. You would not, no one would accept that. That's a nice little yardstick to be like, okay, how trustworthy does this person seem? It's like, if this was my spouse, would I be like, yeah, okay. You just would, no, you wouldn't. You would not accept that. I don't know what we're counting here, Pow Angel. I'm very curious, though. Oh, he's probably counting likes. That's what I'm assuming. I think she went to the break. See, this is what she does. She goes to a break and doesn't tell anyone. Well, seeing as how we seem like we're on a break, I will share with you something that someone shared with me that I thought was funny. If I can find it. It was an imitation of Judge Cannone that was just really good. Let me see if I can find it here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, she's back.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take it now.
Ah, at least you're telling us. Thank you.
Jury exit, just fold your notebooks and leave them in the
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so at least we know we're on a break now. That's helpful for those of you who want to grab a coffee or something like that. I actually need 10 minutes. I actually need to take 10 minutes. So I'm going to be leaving you with the fan here, but I have to take care of something which is going to take me like roughly 10 minutes. So yes, I will be back in 10 minutes. I think it's better for me to leave it like when I know that I don't like leaving dead air just because the podcast are me.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
We're going through the text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me
Half
before
an
then,
hour?
let me know.
Half an hour? Really? Half an hour? Don't you know this is my last day? I can't waste a precious half hour. I can't do that. Oh my gosh. This is my last day covering this thing. No. Ah, ah. Half hour. Unbelievable. Yeah. I do need to take care of something for like 10 minutes. So I'm going to leave it. Against my better judgment. I'm going to leave it like this for now. I'll be back here in 10 minutes. You can talk amongst yourselves. You can leave this playing. Do whatever you like. But I do need to take care of something for like 10 minutes. So I will see you all in a few. And I'll give you a quick breakdown. I'll give you a quick breakdown of everything. For those who joined late, I'll give you a breakdown of everything, a synopsis of everything that happened in the first hour and 10 minutes. It was action packed. Action packed! That's in 10 minutes. So talk amongst yourselves. Be right back. We are back. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything good? Did I miss anything good? Yeah, I knew people were going to peel off. I knew that was going to happen. Could not be helped. Could not be avoided. Sorry for that. Yes. So, as we're sitting here, a little live feed going on, it's hard to know that it's live when there's no spinning fan. I understand that. I promised I was going to update you all. It's like, what's been going on? What has happened? Let's make that a little less bright for y'all. Background. What's been happening so far this morning? No glasses for this. It's easier without the glasses. Because I am nearsighted, or so they say. All right. Day 13, cross-examination started and has been the fire that I advertised. I promised you all. I said I every once in a while when I do a trial, I'm doing a live stream. I know I can see what's coming. This was not a difficult call. Any lawyer could have seen this one coming. That today we're going to be seeing the crushing of a shifty cop, and Alan Jackson did not wait very long. He came out swinging. Look, he's a great attorney. Don't get me wrong, he is, and I'm not about to knock him in any way, shape, or form. But you give a great attorney a night to sleep on, the guy's direct testimony, and how to approach it, it's going to come out strong, and Alan Jackson has delivered. So, first thing he came out was the debating about whether or not there's a theory, whether or not what happened when you're starting the case and trying to figure out where you should look, whether you're relying on other people providing factual statements. The point that Alan Jackson was clearly getting at was that, hey, your whole direction got started because you trusted some of the people who should have been your prime suspects start pushing you towards, let's look into the whole Karen Reed hit him with his car and now try to find evidence for that. And you were trusting the very people who themselves should have been suspects. So he made all these assumptions. And he's like, no, we had theories. He's like, well, what's a theory? He's like, I don't know what the word theory means. Like, this is the nature of the conversation. I can't define what theory means. So why are you saying it's not an assumption? What's the difference between a theory and an assumption? A theory is baked into it, certain assumptions. This is a cop who is trying to avoid having to answer any questions. That's what we're seeing here. He doesn't want people to. He could not answer anything directly, even the definition of a theory. I mean, and then had the audacity to call back and say, well, English is my third language. Stop it. No one here thinks that you don't know what the word theory means when you just use the word yourself. It was a joke. It was terrible. This is not the way you want to be presenting. So the point that Alan was getting at is you trusted these people, and that's what got you off and running into being Karen Reed. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Now, he did say, he goes, well, there was tons of evidence that was pointing to her, specifically that she said, I hit him. And I don't think Alan necessarily, sometimes in the flow of things, you might miss. Yeah, did you hear her say I hit him? Who heard it? Who told you that she had said it? Now, maybe the Alan Jackson, because he does have the read well, I don't, meaning he has the full file. So maybe he realizes this is a pretty good chance he'll say, well, Timothy Nunnall told me she said it, not McCabe. Not McCabe's or the Alberts, but here's that this woman who the first responder told me, which she doesn't seem at first blush like she's an interested party. You wouldn't assume she's an interested party. You have to assume that anyone who's on the location, right? If you look at 34 Fairview as like the little island in the middle of a blizzard, okay? So all the people who are on the island at the time that the victim goes a dying, you have to consider them potentially suspects, especially considering the fact that Yuri Bukenik starts with a theory that he was beaten, hit with a glass, and died on the lawn. Well, who's the first suspects? People who have access and and specifically people who know him, right? I mean, easier time finding. That's where you start. You know, most often it's the husband who killed her. You start with the people who knew her most intimately and assume that something went badly awry. That's where everyone knows you start there, but you didn't really spend very long looking there. You just trusted whatever they told you without looking around. And that's what seems to have happened here. And that's why he got into this whole conversation about a theory versus an assumption. Then he got into the documentation of the taillights. And we spent most of the morning really talking about the great taillight search. So it's like you're only looking for these taillights because you got pushed in this direction by the people who should have been your prime suspects. And let's be fair, Karen Reed was there in and around that time, so she could be a suspect too. But so now you start looking for the taillight, and when you found these pieces, you didn't get any cross coordinates of where they were in location to each other or any other fixed item on the property, like the flagpole. And he's like, I don't know what cross coordinates are. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You know what cross coordinates are. I don't know what cross coordinates are. I don't know. Yeah, that's very helpful. Now you're much more trustworthy. We believe you. We believe you. This is like a common mistake that witnesses make, is they assume that if they play stupid, that they can say whatever and avoid the question, and then it doesn't look bad. When you're supposed to be the one who's the competent one on the scene, you can't play that game. You can't play that game. You're supposed to be you're the one they're hanging the story on. You're the closest thing we have to the overall overseeing investigator here. Nicholas Guarino is not the overseeing investigator. He's the guy who's extracting phone data. Michael Proctor you seem to be avoiding at all costs that we don't want to have Michael Proctor up here telling the story, which I can understand that if you're Nick Brennan. But if you're Nick Brennan, you turn into Yuri and say, hey, you're my storyteller. You're my storyteller. You weren't in the last trial, maybe. Maybe I thought back then that I could rely on Michael Proctor, but he was so decimated and then since then lost his job. I can't really rely on him as my storyteller. I might have to bring him in here to sort of cut the legs out from any embarrassment that's going to happen. But you're my storyteller. I need you to look like the complete picture of trustworthiness, integrity, intelligence. You need that storyteller, especially when there's no eyewitness to the event, to the actual event of how he sustained his injuries. There's no eyewitness. So all we're relying on is the circumstantial evidence that the police have pieced together to come together to tell us beyond a reasonable doubt this is the woman who did it. She's the one who should be held accountable. You have to have a storyteller. You must. When you don't have an eyewitness, if you have an eyewitness, the eyewitness can serve as your storyteller. I was standing there. I saw that she's driving along and she seemed to go slower. You need to have someone. There's no one here to tell the story. Jen McCabe was serving as a storyteller, but she's not supposed to know what's happening in the story other than the finding of the body. So she's a storyteller as far as this is the mental state and mindset of the craziness of Karen Reed. Right? That's the story. That's the story she and Kerry Roberts were telling us. But as far as piecing together that, okay, now based on all the evidence we have, this is how we know. This is how you, the jury, know beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the one who did it. He has to be the one to fill in that gap. You need someone to walk them through it. And in order to serve that role, he has to have a really high level of credibility and display of competence. So when he's trying to evade questions by saying things like, I don't know what theory means. I don't know what cross coordinates are. It's not helpful. It doesn't encourage people to think to themselves, oh, okay, This is the guy whose story I believe beyond I have no reasonable doubt that he is telling me an accurate story here. Ask yourself how a person in good conscience can actually say those words. I heard the story from Yuri Bukenik, and I have no reasonable doubt. There's no way that I can have any doubt, that's a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is the one who killed it. Because listen to Yuri. Listen to what Yuri Bukenik told us. I mean, when the guy's pretending that he's an idiot and doesn't know what the word theory means. I mean, come on. Or that theory necessarily means that there's an assumption. We're starting with an assumption. You start with certain facts, and then you make assumptions based on those facts. Certain known quantities. He himself said trust but verify. But what steps did he verify? I hope Alan Jackson actually hits him on that. You said yesterday, we trust but verify. What steps did you take to verify the story of Brian Albert? What steps did you take to verify the story of Jen McCabe? What steps did you take to verify the story of Kerry Roberts? You said trust but verify. Okay, what steps were taken for that? And he hit him very hard about how there was no geolocation on the. I need to run through because they're moving the camera. They're panning the camera over now, telling me that we're getting closer and closer towards them walking back in here. She did say 11 o'clock. So I want to make sure I get out everything we've got in the first hour for those of you who joined late. And this way, hopefully you'll hit the like and subscribe, right? Because I'm the one, I'm breaking it down for you. So first they're debating about theory versus assumption. And Alan pointed out that he's reliant on the claims from others of I hit him. Then he points out no cross coordinates of where the evidence, the taillight pieces were in relation to each other. Never bothered identifying it, didn't pull out his phone and take pictures of it. Then he goes how the evidence log just shows 6 pieces of plastic found at 34 Fairview. And he refused to admit that it was Proctor's handwriting, even though we see Proctor's handwriting everywhere. I don't recognize whether or not this is Proctor's handwriting. Again, just playing going with the Sergeant Schultz. I see nothing. I know nothing. No, sorry, that was Arnold Schwarzenegger. It sounded more like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I see nothing. That was bad. Yeah, but the whole I don't know anything. I've seen nothing. I'm looking at this handwriting and pretending that that's like real documentation as far as like where it is. Where do you point out in this evidence bag? This bag which says 6 pieces of plastic. Just where they were found. Oh, I know where they're found. They're found in the vicinity. Does it say vicinity on the bag? It just says 34 Fairview. Then he's like, who wrote this out? He's like, I don't remember. Who found this evidence? I did. Who did you give the evidence to? To bag. I don't remember. Oh, so did you give it to complete stranger? No, that's ridiculous. Well, who did you give it to? I gave it to one of the trained field expert officers. Who? Who was there? Which 4 people were there? He names off 4 officers. Did you give it to Officer A? No, I don't know. Officer B? I don't know. Officer C? I don't know. Michael Proctor? I don't know. So then, for all you know, you gave it to a perfect stranger. It's great. That was great. Which I think that was objected to and sustained. And I want to point this out to you as a strategy for lawyers. A lot of times you can have objections sustained. You don't really care. It doesn't bother you that much. You're trying to ask the questions that the jury is asking these questions. When you're asking a little bit of a question like, what the hell were you thinking? You're not really, it's almost a rhetorical question. You want the jury to be asking themselves, what the hell were you thinking? So you ask a question like that. You're using the witness in that moment as a prop based on everything they've given you so far. And based on everything you're saying you've said so far, I want the jury to be saying to themselves, what the hell were you thinking? So wrapping up as far as what we got the first hour before they get back in here, we point out that the evidence was not bagged until a year later, or in some cases months later. And he was going through different items there to establish that you're finding stuff in February 10th and bagging it on March 22nd, some stuff being found and bagged a year later. And that there's a lack of any documentation in the log, that you're finding stuff 2/10 and then bagging at 314. There's terrible lack of chain of custody here, no trustworthiness, no identification as to where the stuff is. It's almost as if they just found stuff in a bag, and you're telling us you found it. We have no way of knowing they actually even found it there. And even if you did, you don't know how far it's in the body. Maybe it was 50 yards from O'Keefe. I don't know. No one knows. He didn't ask that question, but the point is that by not giving us that location. And the last thing he brought up was Proctor finding things on big pieces of plastic, red plastic, that after all the snow had been cleared away, after all the snow had, as in the words of Bukhenik, receded, melted away, he went out there to search, and all that's left is some piles of snow here and there that have been from excavations, but the rest of the snow had melted away. And he does search. He doesn't find stuff. Or he finds some stuff. But the next day, Proctor's going out to that same seemingly empty field and finding big chunks of plastic. How did you miss it? And now he's finding it. Obvious implication being Proctor brought him with him when he came that morning. The reason you didn't find them is because they weren't there a day earlier. That's the point. That's the point. They weren't there a day earlier. Someone put them there. Somebody's been walking around this property here. That's the point. Then they got into this exchange about the nature relationship between Brian Higgins and Karen and how they got this information. This is where we got stuck on before we went to this break. That instead of Bukenik extracting Brian Higgins' phone, that he relied on Brian Higgins to decide what text to share with him as far as his communications with John O'Keefe and or Karen Reed. And so there's no extraction. And they had an argument. When I say they, it's an argument that Alan Jackson was having more with the court, seemingly. They went on a break, seemingly to determine whether or not they can get this admitted and what steps they can take to have him review some of these exchanges. There was talk about whether or not there was a kiss in this text exchange where Alan Jackson was asking, would you describe the nature of the text as being flirty? Like, I don't want to characterize. I don't know. Was it business? No. It looked friendly. Would you say it was flirtatious? I don't know. Did they talk about there being a kiss? Objection. Sustained. So, talk of a kiss does obviously sound like not something you'd be talking to your sibling about, right? You're friendly with your sibling. You wouldn't talk about sharing a kiss with them, hopefully. So, and I think that what Jim is raising here, Jim, who was my co-host last night, I was wondering if there are any texts missing that they found on John and Kerry's phone. Why else would Higgins destroy his phone and dispose of it on a military base? Again, we new to the trial didn't know that he disposed of his phone. That's new information, but I'm assuming that you got that from the first trial. And disposed of it on a military base. That's funny. Yeah, I know. It's like some of you bringing up stuff like that's like 50 pages ahead in the book. And I feel really frustrated that I'm not going to get to watch the book. I'm not going to get to see the end of this book. What's in the bag? What's in the bag? Where are we at here? I want to just check here. If anyone wants to learn about different, this is not the right thing. That was from last night. My little pop-out chats. Let me do a quick pull up here of Ghetto Chatter. Because the rants in the ghetto don't show up in StreamYard. It's the one thing they keep away from us. Make sure I didn't miss nothing. Make sure I didn't miss anything as y'all would talk amongst yourselves. I think we're good. I got this one. Oh, so a 5x10 area, you put down stakes on a string, make a grid. You document which grid it is found in. Take pictures when found and mark pieces. Do a sketch with dimensions, investigation 101. There you go. There you go. And he's saying, I don't know what cross coordinates are. So, I don't know what this comment is. Don't be admitting to the lines. What I've been saying is you need to have this guy be the face of the investigation in place. Think to yourself this, okay? It's sort of the way I've come up with a healthy legal strategy. Put yourself in the shoes of this person. What is Hank Brennan thinking when he's preparing for this case? He's thinking to himself, holy F, what the hell am I going to do with this fired investigator who got skewered on cross in the first trial, probably sunk that from getting us a conviction. Now he's fired. It's only worse. Now the police department has basically said he sucked. He was fired because of his work here. Holy F, how am I going to sell this case to a brand new jury? What am I going to do? I know that Alan Jackson will come back hitting on him again. I know that's coming. So, I mean, this is, if sometimes, you know, bad things are visited on an individual that are difficult to foresee. This is something you knew was coming. You knew was coming. So you sort of have to start strategizing. What do I do to get around the Michael Proctor problem, which was rearing its head from the opening statement? One of the first words out of Alan Jackson's mouth in opening statement was familiar. I want you to remember the name Michael Proctor because he's the lead investigator and he's the guy who was so terrible in the way he mishandled everything on this trial with that he got fired for it. And you're going to hear his name a lot because he's the one who basically twisted this investigation, ignored evidence he should have been looking at, and you know, basically manufactured this case against Karen Reed and was fired because of how terrible he was. Everything that Alan Jackson's saying there are things that Hank Brennan could have comfortably relied upon him saying. When he's looking at his red well as to what will the other side say, what do you do as an attorney? You say, what would I say if I was in his shoes? And here, Hank Brennan has the advantage of seeing what Alan Jackson said in the first trial. And while I didn't see the first trial, I'm positive that this was a major theme that was running throughout the incompetence and the either incompetence or corruption of Michael Proctor. Implicitly corruption, because he talks about the familial ties that he has with the Albert family and others in Canton. That it wasn't accidental, but that he willfully was protecting others. But it doesn't matter whether it's willful or not. All we care about is the evidence presented against Karen Reed true? So whether it's because they're evil or because they're stupid, doesn't matter. If the evidence is not reliable for either basis, that's all Alan Jackson wants. So if you're Hank Brennan, you have to be thinking to yourself, what do I do about this Michael Proctor problem? And he is a problem. He's a problem because, like as I said a few minutes ago, you need a narrator. That means now you need to find a replacement narrator. And that replacement narrator has to be better than Michael Proctor had to be in the first case because that replacement narrator has to explain away the problem of Michael Proctor. Which means you need to prep your guy to come out there and say, hey, we learned after the fact that Michael Proctor was not doing things the way he had been trained and the way we anticipated. But don't worry, folks, ladies and gentlemen. You might think to yourself, oh, then there's nothing reliable. No, he had plenty of oversight throughout. I was giving oversight. Other officers were involved here also. He had a significant role. But he was not the end-all and be-all of this case. He had a role. And he's trying to say that by labeling him as a case manager, but he's saying it very poorly because he's trying to make it as if Michael Proctor is a nothing, a nobody, a replaceable. And instead of saying that, say, no, he had a significant role here. And we thought that he was doing everything according to code, according to the way he was trained, with the integrity and responsibility that we see exhibited by every other officer in this case. But fortunately, there's so many eyes and ears watching what Michael Proctor was doing that whatever shortcomings there were in his body of work certainly is not creating any sort of reasonable doubt, because there's all these other eyes, and I was supervising him. Here are other people who were working right next to him all the time, and I was watching him. I saw what he did. Yeah, I wasn't taking note of how he filled in a bag, but I was there during some of these interviews, and I saw how, the trustworthiness of some of the people, the Alberts when we spoke with them, the McCaves when we spoke with them. I saw all the evidence, and his conclusions he was reaching along the way made sense. Become the backbone of the story. That's the opportunity Yuri had. And instead, he's like, I don't know what the word theory means. I don't know what cross coordinates are. I don't know if that's Michael Proctor's handwriting. Even though I know what Michael Proctor's handwriting looks like by now. You're working with the guy for years, you have no idea what his handwriting looks like. Just stop it. Stop it. All you're telling the jury's not hearing what you're saying. All you're telling the jury is, the one person you can't trust is me. And he's the one person that Hank Brennan needs them to trust. And that's a failing by Hank Brennan, who I happen to think is a good attorney, how he conducts himself in the courtroom overall. I think he's intelligent. I think he can argue, or he can present all arguments, but this is legal strategy where I see so many lawyers fail, that they don't really weave everything together and sort of put together how are we going to have a jury accept this? I think something they can go to sleep at night and feel as if we achieved justice today. And yeah, Jack Reynolds, you're correct. He's got a crap case. He does. But there's how you handle it. And that's what I'm saying is, he could have handled this better by having Yuri. This is the witness that he could have had become the face of the case. And to certain degrees, perhaps he is the face of the case, but the problem is that it's the face of a losing case, the way he's being presented here, as opposed to the face of a winning case. And look, I'm not looking to see Karen Reed fried incorrectly. I still have no idea, and I've sort of come to grips with the fact that I don't know if I'm ever going to have an idea as to whether or not she did it. I don't know, but that is clearly far away from reaching reasonable doubt, which is why if I was sitting in the jury, I'd be like, hell no, I am not signing up on any. This is a not guilty all across the board. Let's get the hell out of here. And I'll fight you on it, because there's no way anyone could tell me that they believe this guy beyond a reasonable doubt. I would be in there in the jury room basically screaming, look, maybe she killed him. I don't know. But if we had God knowledge, in God's Blu-ray, looking back what happened on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, if we see that there was something else that happened here, would any of you be surprised? And you'd be like, oh my God, that's impossible. I never could have imagined that. But attacked by a dog. Maybe it wasn't the Albert dog. Here's something like I haven't heard anyone say. Maybe there literally was a wolf that just jumped up and bit him. He banged his head. And he scared it away and it runs off. Would that not be more consistent to everything that happened here? A stray dog came up and bit him. And he fell, banged his face. mean, you sort of try to figure out the bruise on his face, like where the bruising on his eye came from. But I don't know. People develop weird bruises sometimes. It really could have been a stray dog. He's holding the glass. He falls backwards. Glass breaks. It's not that. It's not that. They never found the shards of glass wherever they are, as far as I know. Doesn't seem like they found them, unless someone's coming along later on. So, maybe roll around the grass for a little bit. Oh. Look, if you're going to tell me let's convict the Alberts because they got rid of their dog, that doesn't sound right either, right? That's all the theories that people are giving to me as far as how she didn't do it. This is circumstantial stuff. I don't know. It seems weird they got rid of the dog. Maybe the dog was like rabid. I don't know. Maybe the dog bit Brian Albert that night. And they're like, F him. Like I said, I don't. For all I know, the dog was 14 years old. For all I know, the dog was like 182 in dog years. I don't know. Actually, no. I love dogs. Can't stand cats, but I love dogs. Thank you. Thank you. So, I kind of, one of the things when in my practice, I try billing myself as, I would be like so good as a quarterback of lawyers. I'm like, this is how we're going to approach this. This is how we're going to sell this. This is how we're going to market this case to a jury. This is the overall strategy for how we're going to get out of this situation. Like Mr. Wolf. That's basically Mr. Wolf in a courtroom. Mr. Wolf from Pulp Fiction in a courtroom. All right, this is how we're going to deal with this scenario. That would be an ideal job for me, I always thought. Okay, in my defense, when I was 7, I was attacked by my friend's cat. So
We're unmuted.
Let's go. Yeah, that's how I always saw myself. I'm like Mr. Wolf of legal strategy. Like, how do we deal with the Michael Proctor problem? And to me, that's one of the things I love about law is like figuring out the best way to solve that problem.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Like, how do we solve this problem? Because it's a problem.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay.
And with court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single
My best
award
friend.
that we discussed at sidebar from
Wasn't a tiger.
Item 111 and what's been marked
It was
as
aggressive.
114.
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
The, in your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see it now.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Totally. Two. But then who's selling the case, Dana? I don't know if it's Dana. I assume it's Dana. Who's selling the case to the jury?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's
I think it's on a 10-second delay.
printout of,
Like we're
The
getting a
document,
10-second
yes.
delay.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
yes,
and you reviewed it on a computer.
yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided.
I just want to clarify this. Normally, that's completely verboten. There was some discussion from the judge right before the break as far as both counsel working to try and talk to him about something. So potentially they did, but it wouldn't be individually strategizing. It certainly is not supposed to be. And Ang Brennan seems so far to be acting with integrity, so I assume he did not.
By Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Oh, on a personal note, I'll also add that one of the reasons that I hate cats is because, yeah, I had to take my girlfriend to cats. It was just a lot of people in cat costumes singing a lot. So that didn't help. I'll share the story. I've shared the story once. I think I shared the story once before, but I can bring it. I can tell again. Nick Nashinage, also quick TLDR on today's testimony. I literally did that 15 minutes ago. If you go back to when I'm talking and there's just a light fixture there, I gave a TLDR like 15, 20 minutes ago. Appreciate the super chat, but I don't think I have time to start doing that right now to catch everyone up. No, actually, some Broadway I could like. I'm not gonna kid you. Some can be good, but Cats was just stupid. Bunch of people. The whole thing with Cats. Not to go off on a tangent here, but the Broadway play Cats is basically this concept of Jellicle cats, which no one knows. I still don't know what the hell a Jellicle cat is, but that's supposed to be every year one cat is named the Jellicle cat, which I guess is like Queen of the Prom. But to this day, I have no idea what the hell a Jellicle cat actually means or benefit. And I'm not sure it doesn't mean that they literally sacrifice it based on how it ends, that they kill that cat, whoever gets named Jellicle cat, because that's what it seems like, based on how the final winner gets held off into the balcony and never to be seen again, and while everyone's praising the Jellicle cat, but it's basically one cat after another singing their own stupid song about why they should be the Jellicle cat and how special they are, and dancing around and singing their lungs out. So yeah, that's not even a plot. That's not anything. There's nothing happening. There's a lot. I like a good song as much as anyone. Some Broadway songs are awesome. All right. I could probably sing you the entire score of Les Mis, but and I got a lot of problems with that story too. But at least there's a story that's happening there. There's there's an arc for characters. There's development. There's set up theme songs for this character versus that character, which are beautifully interwoven with each other. And I can appreciate the artistry of that. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of Disney movies are kind of close to a musical, right? Your classic cartoons, all of a sudden they break out in song. I had to see it. She was dying to see it. It was a birthday gift that I bought. I bought her gifts. I brought her tickets to Cats. So, man, this is a lifetime ago. Yeah. So between being attacked as a 7-year-old by Charlie, who literally chased me around my friend's apartment, trying to stick his fangs and claws into me, and then 10 years later, having to sit through 2 hours, a bunch of folks just dancing everywhere in the audience. Charlie didn't bite me. No, he hated children, so it's like he had to be kept locked away. So my friend Sandy, who's the first real friend I had from like when I was 6 years old, he had this cat, Charlie, which we'd be playing video games, and Charlie was like in the kitchen dinette type of area that they had there in the apartment, and sitting under the table watching us the entire time. And he would never do anything if Sandy was in the room. Sandy's parents were deaf. And every once in a while, Sandy had to like take care of stuff, to deal with like outside society who's not accustomed to dealing with the deaf community. So every once in a while, like could be a phone call or something, or someone comes to the door. So instead of the parents handling it, Sandy learned to take care of this. and he was very mature, responsible kid. So he would have to like stop playing for a couple of minutes and go off and handle life in ways that I would never have to handle until many years later. And yeah, well, it happened a couple of times. That cat would literally chase me around the apartment. And I knew from another friend who was friends with Sandy from my class that he had actually sunk his fangs into him and gave him like he needed stitches from like the attack of Charlie. So when that cat's chased, literally, I'll never forget that cat chasing me around the apartment. Oh, I was screaming, Sandy! It's just like I'm running through the apartment with the cat chasing me. That'll scar you. That'll scar you. Maybe not physically. I managed to be quicker than the cat. I was a pretty quick kid. I was quicker than the cat, but that's going to scar you. It will. So, no, I have no apologies for my animus towards cats. I don't expect that to ever go away between that and then having seen the musical a decade later. It's very easy to say I would have kicked that thing across the room. Yeah. I assume you're bigger than 7. Anyway. They really are seeming to have their struggles in court today. I'm not going to kid you. I am friends with Sandy to this day. He's the longest friendship of my life. Great guy. I did raise a glass when his cat died, though. I was like, hey, let's all hail the death of Charlie. Not to Sandy's face. He was sad about it. But that's true. I don't like possums either. But that's just because they're just oversized rats. And there's no reason to like possums. But no one likes possums. Yeah, it's been very confusing what's been happening, and it's almost I'm feeling guilty for not like doing a review here for Andrew, who's like, hey, can we get a TLDR? And I'm like, I just did one. I really just did one during the last 10-15 minutes of the break where I broke down everything about this case, and I feel stupid doing it. I don't know if I pulled this up here, but Power Angel becoming a YouTube member. God bless you. Welcome to the following. And I make it easier for you, blah, 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 not on you, but the rahash. I definitely didn't see that. Before you boil down Diddy, can you react to Proctor's cross from the first trial? It's wild. Before I bail for Diddy, can you react to Proctor's cross from the first trial? It's wild. I kind of like that idea. I don't know when I would do that. I'm not sure when I would do that. In case you're wondering, I plan on taking a break by lunch here. When we get to the lunch, hopefully we get somewhere between now and lunch. So I plan on taking a break by lunch, streaming this afternoon the rest of the trial for today, day 13. And then starting on Monday, I will be going down to, assuming that they've picked a jury, which they planned on having a jury selected and having opening statements start on Monday, that I plan on being in the Southern District of New York to cover the Diddy trial and giving you my reports from the courthouse. I don't know how much I'm going to come back to this case. I'll definitely be following it because I feel invested in it. I feel very invested in it. At this point, I'll be very surprised if they get a conviction. I'll be very surprised if they get a conviction. Just too many things seem to have gone wrong for them. I will say this for Karen Reed. Love her or hate her, I'll say this for Karen Reed. She knows how to pick attorneys. Yannetti seems really calm. Jackson's been great. Yannetti seems really great. Alessi seemed great. I don't think that they work together. I think she's like plucked from here, from there, from there. And she must be spending a fortune on her defense. But yeah, she assembled a great team. A great team. And I actually have respect for Hank Brennan as being a competent attorney. Everyone has different strengths. And I think he can present oral argument fairly effectively. I think his questioning is pretty good. Although I think on direct he does lead a little bit too much. But he's a good attorney. And I don't give that praise lightly. I think he's good. I think he's a smart guy and he's a good attorney. But he has a tough case, and he's going up against some really good attorneys too. Somehow we need to get my green grass theory over to Alan Jackson. In case you haven't heard, my green grass theory is if he really fell on that lawn at that time of night when the snow had just started, if he fell on that lawn and was there all night the way the state wants to tell us, there should be a strip of green grass underneath his body. He should not be laying on 2 inches of snow. That's not possible. Anyone who spent more than 6 months living in a snowy region understands the way things work. If you put a tarp down on the grass and it snows, pick up the tarp, it's green grass under it. His body is serving as that tarp. It may not be exactly a perfect silhouette, like a white chalk type of the dead man silhouette. It might not be like that, but there should be there should have been some areas of green wherever he was laying all night. Because they said that even 2 hours later, you could still see the grass. And they came out an hour and a half later. All the witnesses who came out who had been in the Albert House said, yeah, we can still see some of the grass. You could see that it was sticking. You can still see some of the grass. No, we didn't see John O'Keefe. So there shouldn't be any more snow than that on the ground below
Jurors,
O'Keefe.
we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages on that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Mark is the next exhibit.
I have 2 instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation.
Exactly.
Those are the instructions. All right. With that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
That is the right call.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate
By the
that.
judge.
Yes, I'm
That's
going
right
to
call.
let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got it.
Alan Jackson won what we know now is Alan Jackson
Oh, you
won
know what, Chrissy? I'll take one.
in the argument, the
The
sidebar
one for
argument,
ID will now
and the
be
judge there
no,
did
the
make
other
the
one.
correct legal call.
Of course.
So you can't attach it, and the way she worded it was completely correct. It's just to let you know the mindset of the police when they're looking at these
Thank
text
you.
messages.
Thank you.
So that was a very healthy instruction
Sergeant
from the
Bukenik,
judge. And
do you have a
spot on
document
with the
in front
law.
of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler.
Show us.
Followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
They obviously don't have pictures of it because they didn't know they were going to get it.
Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate
Flirty
from
right there.
whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message.
That's her story
by
with
Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I think she's kind of not too excited the way this is going. I don't know why she's saying she wants counsel sidebar right here, but she's not too excited with the way this is going. To be fair, it does seem as if some of this is. So wait, it's the weed whacker. That must have been coming from Brian Higgins, because she's like, "How did you get the number? How'd you get my number?" This did not come in the first trial I'm taking. It would be better shown on screen. I don't think they have it prepared in a format that they can upload it on screen. Oh, it did come in? It seems like it's a new fight that they were having today. And it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Right. I'm surprised they're still arguing about it now. FedEx is here. I don't know why. It's FedEx anyway. Yeah, sorry, my brain got lost for a second. Yeah, I'm surprised that they're having this whole battle here. But it's important for the jury to understand the mental state of the cops when they're doing their investigation. The whole point that he's making is we think that you're screwing up your investigation. So the defense wants the jury to think to themselves, you saw this exchange between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. This should have led you to think to yourself, Brian Higgins is a guy with motive and opportunity. Why are you not looking at him much more closely? His motive is to get Karen Reed. Opportunity is he's right there.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
That's-
The blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
okay.
That's agreed.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
Put it on screen.
Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, can we turn the lights down? Can you see it? Sergeant, with
Eggplant
the lights
emoji,
off?
eggplant
Yes, Your Honor.
emoji.
Okay, thank you.
Squirt.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time.
She's flirting.
I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I did know you had any, LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing.
He's missing the ha-has.
Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place.
Or an airhead.
I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with.
Poor Brian.
So you think you got me figured out?
Yes, this is
Circle of trust.
This is Brian, Higgins, and Karen. Higgins
Yeah,
and Blue.
I said
Karen
loner,
and
not
Gray.
loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser.
Oh, you are.
You won't figure me out, LOL.
Oh, you are.
No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis.
Oh, that's brutal.
How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
Oh, you texted me.
You cranky now?
Oh, you see? You see?
Haha, no. Just stop being
Texting
so
behind his
anti-couples.
back.
Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people?
Yeah, she's totally flirting with him.
I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always.
Just Bill Clinton.
His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot.
Whoa.
Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?
Brian Higgins is not hot.
Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question.
Wow.
Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that?
Wow.
Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump.
My God.
When was jump? First time I saw you.
This is ugly.
When was that? Hillside for sure.
Karen. Karen.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type.
Karen.
You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just
Karen.
assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
That fat slob? Really?
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty.
This is a conversation
Yeah,
between
meaning
Karen
quick with a
and
response.
Brian Higgins.
Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep?
That was a Freudian slip.
I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Wow.
Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where?
Oh,
My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there.
oh my
From
God.
before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
I'll come back to this. I don't want to miss anything.
Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
Yeah, I don't know how the cops could just ignore this. This is ridiculous.
I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield.
This is the conversation between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that Officer Yuri Bukenik said, I don't know that I would classify that as flirtatious. That's what this schmuck said. So stupid. Such a stupid witness. I don't know if this is flirtatious. They're practically scheduling which hotel they're going to meet in.
Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation.
Really?
When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all.
Oh my God.
What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me?
My God.
No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married.
I like this idea.
True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
Wow. And thank you, Random Bacon. Couple hours 1x1. Thank you for your coverage. In this case, I was still watching at Thank
Game on?
you very much, Random. Appreciate that.
You
brother.
send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
These are ridiculous messages.
Okay.
Crazy.
Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been
It's a question every man has asked women forever. What can I do to make you happy?
very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
It really is. What we got there? Oh, they blocked out the picture.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted pole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having?
I'm gonna pause for just a second
None.
here.
I
think this is an important thing for us to understand. And I was actually thinking strategically: is this really that good for the defense? That makes Karen seem vile, cheating on the person who we all associate in our minds as being the victim here. Now, according to these text messages, I understand she claims that he cheated first and whatever. So I don't know if that creates justification for this or not. That's a question of your own morality. I'm not passing judgment on that per se. I'm just trying to figure out strategically sharing this with the jury. Is this a smart move? Do you think that this is a smart move? I'd love to get your feedback on that. If you're watching afterwards, drop a comment. Do you think that this is a smart move? The pro for the defense is they want to show the cops had access to this. They knew about this entire insanely flirtatious conversation where it seems like they're on the verge. She's on the verge of stepping out and literally hooking up with Brian Higgins. So they know about this. They know that the night in question, it was recently after she had rejected Brian Higgins once and for all. So now you can see that there seems to be a significant motive for Brian, who clearly is very interested in Karen, for him to be jealous of John and potentially want to see him dead. He seems to have more motive to see John O'Keefe dead than Karen Reed does. Karen Reed seems like she's okay with stepping out behind his back. Clearly, if she got angry at him, you would think she would just move on to the next big horse in the next horse in the next stable. So that being the case, when the cops see this, the cops should have thought to themselves, Karen Reed has much less motive than Brian. Brian has motive and opportunity. He's on the premises when this guy dies in the front of the house. And their first thought was, hey, he looks like he got hit in the face with a glass, not struck by a car. And that seems much more consistent. If you ask me right now, reading these text messages, knowing that he dies, he's holding a glass, there's a broken glass next to him, I would think that was the murder weapon. He got hit in the face with glass. The Brian Higgins came out there, saw him, clocked him. He gets in the face with a glass, and then he basically gets hit in the back, he bangs the back of his head and dies there. Maybe some animal bites on his arm. I don't know. Afterwards, when he's bleeding out, I don't know. But that's much more consistent with everything here. And at the very least, the cops should have excluded that. The failure of the cops to actually investigate that and make that the start of their investigation after seeing this whole text exchange is bizarre, unless they were completely focused that we're not looking at anyone other than Karen Reed. So that's why the defense is sharing this. They want to show this is what the cops knew happened, at least that this text was out there, and they should have been looking really hard at Brian Higgins as the potential murder suspect instead of Karen, but they didn't. And that was, they're trying to show that's a failure of the police department to actually do their jobs properly, whether it was willfully because they're friendly with Brian and the police force, or because of their own incompetence and neglect. That's certainly what the defense wants them to think. That's the reason to share that Alan Jackson and the defense would want to share it with them. On the other side of the coin, though, this really makes Karen Reed look very ugly, because we're all sympathetic to Peggy and Margaret O'Keefe, the mother of John, and to the dead guy, John O'Keefe. When someone dies, they tend to assume a certain elevated sainthood status psychologically in the minds of the public, especially a public that doesn't know of any of your sins before. So now she's claiming, which could be true, could be completely made up, that he stepped out on her and that she's got some sort of, reason to get back at him. Okay. All right. This makes Karen look childish, ugly, and like a slut. I mean, she looks like a drunk slut who's going to step out with anyone, even fat hog Brian Higgins. So it makes her look terrible, like really terrible. This is a difficult decision for an attorney to decide, you know, do I want to play this or not? And clearly, Alan Jackson thinks I have to. I have to show the neglect of the police force, even if it's making my own client look hideous. And she does look hideous. So does Brian Higgins. They both look like slime. They're stepping out on his friend, John O'Keefe. They both look like cheating, scummy slime. Everyone here looks ugly.
I have none at my house. Ha ha.
He's in the Waterfall video. He looks like a warthog.
I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod.
A little bit.
I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay.
Oh,
Stop
God.
being sensitive, please.
Wait a minute.
I am not.
Passive aggressive.
Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister.
Reading this, imagine his kids reading this. It's awful.
I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang?
Now, based on the fact, this is purely speculative. It could be that she's finding Brian specifically because he's not someone who is traditionally considered attractive by most females. That she's specifically flirting with him as a way of getting back at John for basically messing around with a girl who thinks she thinks she's much prettier than. So she's like sort of psychologically, this is purely speculative based on nothing than a poor reading of this text message. That psychologically she feels like, oh, you stepped on me with that gross thing, I'm going to step out on you with this gross thing. It really could be that, but that's completely speculative on my part. I'm wondering if you guys agree, though.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses.
So I just need to pause for a second and just say to Owen Rumble, thank you so very, very much, Will Willis. I really appreciate the very generous support. And yeah, you're welcome for my efforts.
I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry, I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me?
Yes.
Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comms at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you...
Maybe she wanted John. I think she manipulates John and tries getting him jealous. Maybe she wanted him to see the Ring camera of her kissing him. That's why she kissed him. She's like, yeah, that's right. That's right. We get even.
Slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
I'm more fun than you. I'm more fun than you. I know. I'll show you how fun I can be.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you.
I agree. This is a terrible, terrible lie. How can anyone trust the officer who read through this text exchange and says, I don't know, I would classify as flirty? Like, how the hell can you do that? It was terrible. It was stupid. Really, really stupid.
True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
All right. How much more is there?
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight.
The Tuck Rule is when New England Patriots basically got the benefit of a call that never ever should have happened and began what would start as the Tom Brady legacy. And yes, that was completely cheating for the Patriots. It was the first incident of the NFL cheating for the Patriots. First of many, many, many incidents. But I digress.
Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha.
In this context.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
You think I should speed up this reading to 1 1/4?
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that
is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no
I
problem.
apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will you? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield.
We're like 5
You
minutes
said
behind.
bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I'm up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury. I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want to drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
11:54.
Lights, please.
Wow. Well, that ended abruptly.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Seems like they went for lunch. Let's see if there's anything. All right. Wow. So tell me your thoughts. Do you think that that was worth it if you're the defense? I'm very curious about your thoughts. I'm going to be taking a break now for lunch. We just read through the Officer Yuri Bukenik was asked to do his live reading of the text exchange between defendant Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins, who was on the premises in the house of the property where John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn with a drink, with a broken cocktail, with a broken glass in his hand or near him. I'm not sure it was in his hand. I don't know. But yes, broken glass, probably not in his hand because they found it later. So let's assume it didn't end up going with him. So yeah, that's and Officer Bukhenik said first thing he thought was that he had been punched. So you tell me what the defense wants us to think, in case you missed my little assessment that I did pretty early on. This text exchange there's no question that whether you can say she's justified for believing that John O'Keefe stepped out on her first or not, or whether she was playing mind games with Brian Higgins. There certainly was extensive flirting and potentially near the end there setting up that they were actually going to literally engage in coitus. And whether or not that happened, it's unclear because they seem to meet up at a bar at some point and then she says, I got home okay. So how far that went is unclear, but then she seems to have ghosted him, and pretty shortly thereafter, John's dead, and that's the last message between them. So you tell me, if you're an officer seeing this, the reason the motivation for the defense to throw this out there is they want to say, how can you as a cop see a dead man in a front yard of a house, and her potential rival for his lover is inside the house at the time that he dies, and you don't make him your prime suspect? Instead you make the girl who stepped out on him claiming that she ran him over with a car and there's no bruises on his body. That's the motivation for the defense to share this, to say that the cops were insanely deferential to the testimonies of people who said that, that John never came into the house. Incredibly deferential. Or maybe that Brian went outside, saw him there, they got into an argument, he slugged him and hit him in the face, and he falls, hits his head, and dies right there. For all we know, that is actually what happened. But the police didn't seem to do any investigation to look into that. They seemed to take Brian's word for it, even though they were fully aware of this text exchange. The point being, that's how negligent they were. On the other hand, you cannot read that text exchange without thinking to yourself, my God, that woman, drunken slut. I mean, stepping out on her boyfriend, talking crap about how, John isn't really in it for the kids, and, certainly playing mind games at the very least with Brian and leading him on, saying how she thinks he's hot, and making very clear overtures towards being open to the idea of engaging in sexual encounters with Brian Higgins. Certainly seemed to reflect a kiss there, if you believe those text exchanges to be accurate. Now, the jury is not supposed to believe the truth of anything asserted in there. The only reason that the jury is able to hear that, and it's not all excluded as hearsay, is because they're supposed to look at this and not believe that she stepped out on him, not believe that that they had an affair, but that the cops were aware of reasons to suspect that there was something out there. So if they were to actually follow, ironically, if they were able to follow the judge's instructions, it would be purely a benefit to the defendant. the reality is it's hard to see that and think that, there isn't, that's not reflective. If you're looking at that's the nature of the conversation. Even if that's just the nature of the conversation, she looks terrible. She looks like a terrible human being, particularly to a jury that is the only familiarity they have with John in their minds for the last 3 weeks is he's this poor guy who got hit by a car or something else or died some other way on the front lawn. But he's some poor guy who died in the cold. The sympathetic figure who we now learn his girlfriend was stepping out on him in ways that most people would feel is cheating. Even at that level, that they would feel that's cheating. So you sort of have to ask yourself, if you're the defense counsel, do you want that? Do you want the jury seeing this or not? I assume Alan Jackson felt that it's more beneficial, and he has the read well, and I'll defer to him on that. But I'll tell you that it's a bold move by the defense to throw that up there, because it's a terrible strategy to go into a trial saying I'm going to make the jury hate my client. And you can't look at this and think anything other than that they're going to hate her. It's hard. She's a very not sympathetic individual, far less sympathetic than John O'Keefe. So it's a bold strategy by Alan Jackson and the defense team to put this up there. I'm wondering if you think it was worth it. Do you think it's worth it as far as, making the risking that you're going to make the jury despise Karen Reed? If you're Karen Reed, do you think it's worth it risking that the jury's going to hate me, but they're going to think that the cops did a terrible job here with this investigation and accordingly are going to acquit me? It's tough. It's a tough call. This is the sort of thing that a lot of lawyers strategically, it's not like this is not a legal question in the sense of what does the law say. This is part of the art of practicing your defense and what is the most soundest strategy to employ. And it may depend on the individual juror, like the nature and composition of their mindset and their experiences as to whether or not you're better off making them see the ugly side of your client or shielding that from them. Anyway, those are the thoughts that I had there. I'm going to be resuming at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is when I'm coming. 2:15. I have stuff I have to take care of. I'm going to be resuming at 2:15. I will catch up. I hope you'll be back here 2:15. Till then, enjoy your lunch and Godspeed. Oh wait, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Hello, Joe. So we meet again. Americans so nasty with dirty talk. You come visit soon, Joe. In my opinion, it sounded like a badge bunny cop chaser. Oh, she sounds like a badge bunny cop chaser. Could be. I do speculate that it's very possible, very, very possible that she was just she was trying to, she wanted John. She felt like vindicating, or it's vindication or whatever, that she wanted to punish John. She felt angry at him because she felt he stepped out on her, and in a certain mindset, it's in a certain mindset, that's just the way of like, oh, he went with someone who's beneath me physically, like a physical attractiveness beneath me, so I'm going to go with someone who's physically, perfect justice is to go after someone who's physically below them. But it could be a badge bunny. Let me just pull this up real quick. With no document showing the evidence, but I don't know if I got this one first go. Being at the DA's office, who else could be brought in to corroborate if not the DA's office? Oh, you could have plenty of people, because she didn't even just make the DA the witness in the case. No, you could have all the people in the police station who handle records. They're actually better. And again, thank you, Will Willis, for your very generous chat. All right, I'll see you all at 2:15. Till then, take care of yourselves. Godspeed.